Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone, hello! My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in! Bread, hello, welcome. Good to see you. And welcome to day 20 of the Donothon. We are getting places, we're just over the halfway mark. And I'm really grateful to see you guys here. I hope that Wednesday has been treating everyone kindly. Stale Toaster, hello. Riverwise, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. How goes? I need to switch my mouse around. I never did that from yesterday. I was, working right-handed with my mouse the whole day today, and I kept thinking, I need to switch my mouse back to left-handed, because I kept on reaching for it with my left hand and it wasn't there. It's very trippy. You have gotten used to left-handed mouse operation. Joikes! Good news is I can watch your stream so much easier now because I'm in America. Oh, okay, no more late-night stream watches for me. Oh my! Give it up for day 20. Wow. I hope you enjoy your stay in the States or on the American mega continent. I'm not gonna make assumptions. Probably. Yeah, let's not make assumptions about where. So greetings to that quadrant of the time zone slices of the planet. Joy. I hope that you enjoy and that your stay there is going to be fun. That being said, I have to, it's the States, I moved back home. Okay. Welcome home. Welcome home. No more information required, thank you. But I hope you enjoy being back. Right, I was still in the process of moving my mouse around. Right, I'm gonna move this now. What did I double click here? Still going? Okay. Fantastic. Okay, and I'm back. Let's this side around. Okay. Mouse is now in the left hand again. Oh, what I would do to get it to a box so that I can actually not have to do this every single time. But anyway, that's later's problem. Right, I was saying, today, which was reminded to me courtesy Time Zone Madness, I am going to need to have a relatively short stream, so I can't go past like 4-ish hours today. I can't go past 4-ish hours today because I'm in for a bit of a really wild morning tomorrow. That starts a bit earlier than what I am usually equipped for, so in the interest of not falling asleep in the middle of an appointment where I need to yap again, I need to actually get a little bit of extra rest in between then and now. So we'll see. I just finished drawing. I'm happy about how it turned out, to be honest. Awesome! That's awesome. Being satisfied with your work is a grand feeling. Savor it. Especially when it comes to art, it's easy for us to look at it and just feel, I can do better, and then you just keep on, self-criticizing. So I understand that feeling very well, and therefore when you feel like, ooh, this is actually pretty decent, I'm really happy with this, enjoy the moment, 100%. Ooh, already sounds hectic? Yeah, just a little. But if all goes well, tomorrow might very easily be the last of those appointments in the series that I have been busy with for the last several weeks. So, if all goes well, tomorrow will be the last of those bits of chaos in my life. Which will be really great. That would be really, really, really great. Because then it means that my daylight hour consciousness slot becomes slightly less chaotic. Tuesdays and Thursdays have been wild lately. Okay. Speaking about wild, we're in for something a little bit wild today as well, because we have a new commission that's come in, courtesy of Braid, here in Twitch chat. And it is a fun one. It's a fun one. If you have seen the stream title, you know exactly this is going to be some sort of chaos, right? And it's going to be the best kind of chaos, I think. Because we are once again drawing figurine, or Rine, Braid's additional character. Additional form? Chaos? Yes, chaos. Blah. So we're going to be drawing Rine again. And it is going to be a fun one because Rine is, much like Braid, entity of pure chaos. And it is gonna be an interesting thing. I need to switch on my tablet driver again. Why? Because I rebooted my machine just before stream, which is why I was a couple of minutes late. Because my Steam decided that it did not want to go, which means my VTube Studio and VBridger did not want to go. For a sec. But okay. Tablet driver is now functional again. Yay! That's always a good thing, is when the tablet driver is actually functional. Woohoo! Okay. And here we go. So, this is the character, this is figurine. Limited edition figurine that got animated. And we are doing a knee up illustration today. Featuring one of these. So, you can imagine figurine plus taser is gonna be chaos. But it's gonna be fun chaos. I am looking forward to this. Now, additional form, because collectors keep stealing that specific figurine to the point that it becomes easier to keep them as a form. Oh, wow. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So, today's picture is a knee up, so let's start with figuring out. Are we going to have this sort of mid-charge, as in about POV of the person about to get zapped? Or just casually holding it in threatening to zap a person, but not immediately the person behind the camera is about to get zapped? I wonder which is going to be best. Let's see what will work. I'm going to start with a more basic and static sort of version. And no, I'm going to start with a little bit more of a dynamic one and see how it goes. Why? Because dynamic shots are fun. And when you have the opportunity to draw an agent of pure chaos, why not give it a little bit of dynamic, right? see. I just want to pose this out so that I can get the weight distribution here. Okay. So this spine is going to be sort of like this. Rib up like that. Hip all the way over here because we've got to get the weight distribution so that center of gravity between all of this is probably going to lie approximately here. So we want the hip to be below that so that the legs can sort of support that weight. Now this thigh is now too long. Just by a smidge. Okay. I'll get rid of that because I don't need that indicator anymore. Just want to pose this out again. Now, that's half the issue here, is this leg. Though it looks good from the front, what it's not is appropriate. Because why? The leg spread is going to be more lateral. And I actually want the thigh facing forward. Because when you are taking any object and kind of moving it forward, your toe generally dictates, the direction your toe points generally dictates the direction that an object is going to go in, right? At least that's what I've learned from my very, very, very limited exposure to ball sports of any description. So, that I think is... If I assume that the action of projecting a taser that is approximately the size of one's torso towards a target is the same sort of action as passing a rugby ball, which is a bit of a big assumption, but I think it's approximately the same. Pass a rugby ball, throw a bag of concrete, thrust a taser. It's all got kind of the same sort of movement, I think. Yeah, it's all the same sort of movement. It's just the size of the object between the hands changes a little bit. It's at least as violent. Yeah, something along those lines. Okay. Braid, how does this look for you? I don't know if it is gonna read all that clearly yet. And also, what was currently happening. I like the idea, but to get you what you mean with the reading issue. Yeah, the issue with having the thing facing the camera like this is that in this first pass, at the very least, it is struggling a little bit with the readability. So I'm going to need to adjust this. Which means there are a couple of ways we can handle this. Either we can change the angle the taser is pointing in. Let's iterate on this. Let's iterate on this. Let's move the head relative to the torso. If it's easier for a more static holding and excited pose, I'm also fine with that, but go however you think is best. Okay? We'll try a couple of things before we make a final call. Let's not have the leg at that angle. Okay, I think half of the issue is that this is a very closed pose. So let's iterate on that a little bit further. And let's open this up a little bit and make it a bit wilder. And a little bit more carefree. Because that is completely on theme, to be wilder and a bit more carefree. Okay, I just need to let Chaos Cat out the room. 1 second. Okay, Chaos Cat is out. And he didn't even break anything today. Yay! Woo. A rare day! Yeah, he tries his best to break things. But sometimes we catch him in time. I think this is definitely closer to the mark in terms of vibe. Much more open, much more carefree. I'd agree. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Don't let realism get in the way of good aesthetics, right? Okay, so with that being our final sketch, I'm going to get rid of these two because I'm not going to use them at all. Okay. And then we can refine off of this. What I do want to do is I want to get our torso proportion better. And I was thinking the other day when you were designing the armor, is it a good thing for my... It's a good thing for my characters. They're an eldritch horror that takes physics and sensibility as a weak suggestion. Sensible planning seems hard. Sensible planning is difficult. Sensible planning is difficult. See, when you're working off of things which need to actually be constructed in the real world, and using that starting point, as a foundation for what you're doing. Things do generally get a little bit tricky. A little bit. But it's worth it in the end. Apply a good blend of anatomy and whimsy. And that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Just shake that quickly because it's still got the salt in the bottom. There we go. Do it. There we go. Add a little bit more twist to that. Okay, you know what, I actually want to be using this brush. Now I want to put the arms on another layer. Because I want to have them come slightly higher up also to get a little bit more of that floaty whimsy. And here, let's just tweak this a little bit more. Just want to pull that in slightly. Let's think. Over here, regarding the placement of the head, let's just angle that back a little bit more. Get a little bit more curve in here. I'm not happy with this leg now at all. This thigh is still giving grief. Let's think. I foreshorten that a little bit more, maybe? That works, I think. Roughly. Now let's add a little bit more life back into this. Just a bit more twist in the right places. A little bit more tilt in the head. There we go. Calyx! Whoa, that's some dynamic posing. Ah, thank you! Thank you, thank you. Yes. We are big on our dynamic poses here. It's a far cry from where it was. I threw away the original sketch because it was just gross. Song? There is no command for that. Sadly. What were you trying to get there? This sounds like Punishing Grey Raven. My normal stream music. Huh. Well, I can assure you it's not. I can assure you it's probably not anyway. This is a Dover Syndrome track. This is a Dover Syndrome track. Did you just start on this? Yes, I did. About 30 minutes ago. Approximately 30 minutes ago. Wait, no. I can give a better tally. 34 minutes ago. 34 minutes ago. But this is like version 3 of this sketch. What I do need to do is just check. I just want to check something quickly. One moment please, I just want to very quickly just hide this for a second. I want to see if I can find a reference at a different angle. An angle that's a little bit closer to what I'm actually looking for. Or a little bit closer to what we're actually seeing. I'm just quickly reference hunting here. One moment, please. One moment, please. Is that clear? I've never actually seen one of these stun gun taser type things IRL. So, the workings of it is something that I am not actually familiar with. Is there a video that I might be able to get a screenshot out of? Is there a screenshot I'll be able to get out of? Let's just mute this because I don't actually need the review. Just gonna scrub and see if it's ever seen from an angle that's usable. In the video. I'd assume there has to be some demo videos or we overcharged the taser, let's see if it explodes type thing. Okay, so that is useless. Oh yes, why did I close the tab? Let's see, let's try this one. Let's see. Is it going to actually show me what's happening? Oh yes, the first shot I see where you see the front of it. It's so small on screen that it's useless. Just checking. Okay, let me just switch this back on because I'm not going to show the other reference on screen again. I'm just checking. Really? Please, please, please. Okay, so... Why do they only ever show the back end of the thing? Okay. It looks like I'm going to be designing my own based off of what I'm inferring from what I can see, which is very, very, very limited. Okay. Something like that will have to do. The short version, from what I know, is there's a trigger on the side to squeeze and the arcs of electricity between the front two prongs, but it would be nice to find an actual ref. Yeah. I'm not having joy with actually finding a good reference. At least not one where I can actually... Wait, is there a frame over here? Is there a frame in this video where you actually see the front prongs? There is a frame where you can actually see the front prongs from on top. Oh my word. It's a miracle. I thought they weren't going to give us anything of the like. Okay. Phew, okay, I've got that then on the side. I can see it. I can see what it's doing. It's in tiny size. It's in tiny size. But it's better than nothing. If I make it full screen, is it going to start playing? No, it isn't. Okay, which means I can do this. Grab screenshot. Grab that. File. Create new from clipboard. There we go. Use there. Okay. So that gives us an idea of approximately how much space we need between those for things to arc nicely. Okay. Okay, so now I can close that tab because I'm not going to need it anymore. Yay! Alright. But let's get back to just quickly getting... something like that. Okay, now what I want to do is... We've got quite a bit of white space on top. How can we frame this a bit better? I don't want to necessarily crop off. I'm gonna cancel that. Just leave it as is. It was okay. This extra bit of white space on top will probably end up getting cropped off. In which case... In which case I want to check, grab everything, cut, edit, rotate 90. I want to just check how it's going to crop in a landscape view instead. If it's going to give us more to work with. That might actually give us more to work with. Landscape might actually give us more to work with as far as composition goes. Red, what do you think? I feel like this gives us actually space to put the legs and the antennae. I like it. Okay. Because it just means we can really spread that entire posture wider and make it feel like she's spinning fast. I get you, makes sense for this, yeah. We're literally giving a figurine a taser. I think we can afford this much in the line of movement. That gives us a bit more flow as well. Makes the top half less empty. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want to grab this arm. Give it the entire lot. Up just a bit. There we go. Okay. That feels like a more solid composition. I feel like that's definitely a more solid composition. Okay, so with that being the case, let's clean this up a little. Or Or I'm going to do another layer on top. Okay. So we know we've got this sort of a puffed sleeve. And that's a hydrate, so everyone buy your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. I think if I draw a figurine with both feet planted on the ground, it's probably because they're planted in the ground. Because she got herself in quicksand. That's about the only reason I can probably think of that I can imagine that scenario ever being drawn. Beyond that, I think this is very much a character that does not stand that still. That or the rare time she's actually in a figurine base. Ah. Yeah, I can imagine that would be a very rare occasion. There we go. Wait. To be fair, I'm gonna come back and clean this up in a bit anyway. Fine. Something along those lines, I think. Ish. I'm not happy with that hand at all, actually. No. You. No. So, let's think. Let's think this out again. Okay, that'll work. I was wondering why you didn't do that the first time with a hand. Because I was being lazy. Because I was being lazy. That's the straight answer for that. And needless to say, it did not work. You could afford the lazy on the rear arm? Yeah. The lazy is definitely more affordable on the rear arm. Now, the thing that is going to need to happen is we're going to need to remember that this only poops from partway down the arm. The frick is she carrying? A taser. She is a literal figurine, though, so it is basically the size of her. Basically. I'm sure it's fine. I mean, it should be fine, right? I mean, right? Right, so let me come back down here and let me just apply this information before I go towards the face. I'm certain that she believes whoever's about to be electrocuted deserves it. Oh, I am certain as well. Either that or that she thinks it's going to be hilarious. Positively hilarious. That's at least one step up from weaponized nanomachines. Don't give the braid ideas. Wait, too late. Yep. Too late. The braid has gotten the idea. I think this is fluting just a little bit too much. Okay. Does she have ears? Does this figurine have actual ears? I can't recall. Yes, actually. Okay. I just have no idea how the hair is gonna flow yet, so... Just a minute then. Ooh. Are they not normal human round ears? I'll DM some rifle speak. Okay, awesome, thank you. Which platform are you DMing those to? Just want to make sure I've got the right page open on the side. Actually, no, I'll just check both. I'll just check both. Right. Discord. Okay, okay. Is this... That ain't it? There it is, below. Okay, gotcha. Sent. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's just taking a minute. Okay, gotcha. Ooh. Okay. And are we doing long hair version or short hair version today? Because I see the reference here as a long hair version. How about long? Okay, we can do long hair version today. Because in the initial reference batch you sent me, it included long hair, short hair, and twin tails versions, so I'm good with dealer's choice for hair, and I forget to specify, but it might be cool for pose. Okay, we'll give it a try. Okay, we're getting there. Let's hide that side. Okay. Starting to get there. Undo. There we go. So then let me just come over here and then just switch this out for the long hair reference. I should have done that on another layer. Oh no, I should have done that on another layer. Undo, undo, undo. I'm going to call this top row sketch. And then I'm going to throw the chains and the ribbons on here as well. There we go. There we go. Okay, that'll do for there. Now let's finish this one up. Okay. I'm gonna put this in. Am I gonna? I'm just gonna give myself a bit more solid construction to work with here. One moment, please. I have got really warped perspective there. I'm gonna use. Am I gonna use a primitive? Am I gonna use a primitive? Yes, I'm gonna use a primitive. I'm gonna use a primitive. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Cube. Enter cube. And collapse that. There we go. Steel toaster. Yes, I am in fact drawing Braid's character. Hydrate times, everyone. I hope you got your nearest safe for consumption beverage nearby, because it's a bit time. Okay. Now, let's see. What manipulations have I got on this tube? So, which is the Z? Oh, I do not want this on a fixed ratio, no. let's see. I'm gonna push this perspective a little bit more. No cast shadows, I don't want any of those. Now let's see. What I want to do is bim. Snap that one there. Shrink that down that way. Snap that side. Snap that side. Shrink that down. Okay. And I go copy and paste. Nope, that does not work. Is there a way to duplicate this? Is there a way to duplicate this? Or do I have to do this manually? I think I have to do this manually again. Go. Okay, well this then comes up to there, that goes down to there, that snaps that way, that snaps that way. Okay. Grab the entire lot. And let's just check. No, undo. Let me just hide that again so I can see chat, because I can't right now. There we go. No cast shadows. No cast shadows. group those. Okay. Now the group. That's how I should be able to move. Oh, come on. Moving my camera was a mistake. And I can move the layer. Okay, that should work. Although, let me just check. Can I get this to match a little bit more closely? Mm-hmm. Ah. Well, that's the number I was looking for. There we go. That works, that works. Now we've got at least a proper perspective guide on. Undo. Unless instead of doing that, what I want to do is I want to add a bit of a taper here. From this point, halfway. There we go. Nice. Yay! Yep, this is how we use built-in tools to our advantage. We don't need them all the time, but when we do need them, they are immensely useful. Although now I can see that we've got a couple of tangents popping up here, which I don't like. So what we're going to do is we're going to undo all of that. I at least have an idea as far as construction goes, but I do not like those tangents. So we're going to just adjust the angle ever so slightly so that we don't get that problem. The built-in tools were useful when we were throwing darts at her the other day, and they're useful when we give her a taser. Yep, that is a fact. That is a fact. There we go. That's better. That will work. It's a very slight plane that we see over there, but it's something. That's the trick. Thank you. Coffee delivery, yay. No, undo. That was my sleeve accidentally pressing buttons again. There we go. Okay. There we go. Figurines custom-made taser. Beautiful. Oh, thank you. Oh my word. Thank you. Thank you so much for the donation, Alex. Oh my word. Thank you, 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 thank you. Ah! Greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. Ah! Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you. No worries, hope you can reach your goal. Thank you. Greatly, 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 greatly appreciated. Ah! You actually have qualified for 2 pretty big goals. So if you're interested in redeeming those, or at least the £100 goal, you can just join my Discord server so that I can find you, and then I will contact you regarding your custom voice clip after stream. But oh my word, thank you so much! Greatly appreciated. I'm adding you to the scroll of thanks immediately. Thank you! That was such a huge, huge, huge contribution. Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate it. Ah! And that also means that, courtesy of Alex, if I'm not mistaken, let me just open up my spreadsheet to make sure that I'm not lying to you, but I think with that £100, it means that I am going to have another event next week. It means next week is going to be a busy week. Yay! Next week is going to be busy. Next week is going to be busy. Spreadsheet. Open. On the side here. Did not even realize there was incentives. Ah! I appreciate it. So much. So much. So much. So much. Thank you. 150. What? But yes, you do, in fact, have incentives that you can redeem. You can check out this graphic in more detail on the community tab on my YouTube page, where you'll be able to read everything at your own time and at your own pace. That puts us at £980. Oh my word, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Which means, check, that means next week we're not only going to have our real paint hand cam, but we're also going to have our eye patch peak. It's both gonna happen next week. Ah! Thank you guys! This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Oh, we're so close to the karaoke. Oh no. I'm not ready. I need to practice more. I need to practice more. Ah! Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Woohoo! I'm a happy burp. I'm a happy burp. Yay! Wait, where it puts us at? Okay, we are only £20 away from the patrol uniform on version 2.0. We're only £20 away from the patrol uniform coming on Harrier 2.0. You're finally gonna see the patrol uniform that you haven't seen since PNG days. Yay! Okay. Thank you so much. That's huge. That's a huge, huge gift. Thank you. Ah, I am shook. I am shook. Thank you. Okay. Anything else? We just lock that layer. Okay, but I can't accidentally break it. Okay, pull this one. Sketch. Group. Construction first. There we go. Ah! Alright. So happiness is all of this madness. Now we can start looking at stylization. Now I just want to check exactly what I did with one other thing, because I liked how it went, but there was something that I didn't like about the process. Because I kind of want to follow the same sort of process that I did with the equinox boys for the beach day picture that we did a couple of weeks back. But I want to just doubly check. Have I actually got this saved to my gallery? One second. I'd be kinda daft if I didn't, but then again, it wouldn't be the first time that I've made that mistake. Okay, it was actually lineless. It was actually lineless. Okay. Okay. Ow. Knee, eek. Hit it on the basket. Under my desk. Eek. Okay. So, now we've got this, at least. Now what I want to do is we want to start looking at flats. So, what we're going to do is we're going to put this on a multiply layer. Yes. Reduce the opacity. Make a new folder. Call this one flat colors, or flats. Okay. Then we're going to have, first one is going to be our skin. Quote unquote skin. It is a figurine. Okay. What I am going to do is I'm going to just make it a bit darker to start with. I actually want to try something new. Every time I work with figurine, I try new stuff. How does that keep working? But you know what? If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, we tried something new. Don't know, but I'm here for it. Hey! Awesome. Simply put, a very recent video by one of my internet art senseis has put a bee in my bonnet to make me think about some certain methodologies, and I want to try it. So for those of you guys who've been around a while, you'll know that I occasionally refer to a guy on this channel by the name of Mark Burnett, whose YouTube art school I have actually purchased the course for, but have not actually finished. I actually really want to finish. I actually want to start it properly. I have not properly started. I think I started term 1 and then life happened. Whoops. To just basically level up my knowledge of the basics and just come in from scratch and make sure that I have some new, fresh perspectives and some tips on good practice. But yes, recently, very, very recently actually, this Mark Burnett fellow posted a video regarding painting with, or rather a methodology for dealing with light and shadow, which makes a lot of sense to me. That is based off of the 3D pipeline rather than the traditional painting pipeline of you start with light colors and go darker. But this made a lot of sense to me because how light actually behaves in the real world is that we don't see shadows, we see light. So instead of applying shadows to our objects, why do we not apply light to our objects instead? And that video made a lot of sense to me. Actually, I think I'm going to just link it for anyone who's curious. I'm going to throw that in chat for anyone who's curious. Because it's a really good video. Tutorial, or just even if you're not drawing yourself, it's just an interesting way of looking at it. So I'm just gonna go over here. Should be relatively recent in my history. Past the 5 videos I checked out to check if there were references for tasers. This is the one. Share. Copy the link. Okay. Let's just go back here. Add a space. Back. Mark Brunett's video on painting light instead of adding shadows. There you go. So that got me thinking, and I really want to actually test it proper. I really want to test that proper because it made sense to me. I'm explaining it horribly, but it made sense to me. Alright. And that's the hydrates, everyone. Acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. The hot, fresh coffee while it's still hot. Yay. The quick vision you said made sense to me, but I'm more familiar with 3D pipelines. Yeah. Because in a 3D environment, you start in an unlit space, and if you go into your rendering view, you won't see anything until you start adding light sources. Right? So, while we're in the digital domain and we're not stuck with the limitation of it's easier to add dark paint to a light canvas than try to make a dark thing light on paper that is usually white. Since when you're working on paper, it's an additive method of you're adding darkness to a white canvas. You're throwing pigment on. The entire process is different when you haven't got that limitation. So it really, really, really makes sense to just throw light at it. I'm actually going to put the hair back here as well. Hair back. Red. Okay, let's grab this. There we are. Okay. And then we're going to have hair back black. Let me just undo that trim because I'm not happy with it. All right. And then I'm gonna have antenna 1. Hide, hide, hide. Nope. There we go. Nope. This is not working with this. Okay. Clear that. Try it this way. Blah. Oh, well, that does not look good at all, so we try this again. Rather, let's just use the mapping pen and be done with it. That works better. That works better. If only I can get it right. Okay, so it doesn't need to 100% match the sketch. As long as it flows smoothly. Okay, that's one. Duplicate. Call it number 2. Clear it. Hide that one. There we go. Something like that, maybe. Alright, let's just tidy this up a little bit more. I don't know how much of this I'm actually going to see. In which case, being a little bit generous is not a bad idea. That just breaks it up a bit. And that just makes me sing. Okay. So that is the foundation for that. Okay, so then I can hide all of these. Let's go and make sure, is that the same black or is that a different black? It is in fact a different black, okay. So let's call this black 1. And I'm gonna take the part that's red off of this toe. I'm just gonna duplicate that off, I think. Yeah, duplicate or cut, I think. I'll see in a moment. I'll see in a moment. Okay, that works. Nope, now here we're going to use that again. Okay, that works. Over there. Invert. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And flip. And rotate. No. Okay, fine. Like that. Oi. go. Now we've got to do the shorts, collar, and gloves. Shorts, collar, and gloves. There we go. Next, cups. Nope. There we go, almost got it. Okay, next is gonna be this shade of red, which is gonna be the blouse. Like that. Getting replacements first. Selection, reselect. Okay. I want to flip this over. Bread? Are you around at the moment? I have a question. Driving but listening? Okay. Do you want a more lineless or lined style? Because I can, from this point, do both still. Because I spotted that with the Equinox picture, I did the lineless. Either is fine. Okay. Then I'm going to try for the lineless again, because I know the last picture I did of figurine was also a lineless one. And I sometimes feel like, depending on the context of the drawing, the lines or no lines on a full render can be a consideration. But that's a hydrate, so everyone, except for Bread, who is busy driving, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. The coffee is lukewarm, so it's going away. No. Here we go. Grab the black, come to the toe. Here we go. Okay, so we still need to apply. Over here, I'm gonna just grab our black again, just make sure that there's no sketch that I could accidentally mispick a color from. And I'm gonna go call this one sheer. Grab that. Wait. And let's make this 20. 30. 30. Okay. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to grab that. There we are. Okay, then next is going to be gold. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this. And just use this color as a foundation first, and then everything that is still in its current flat color mode, I'm just going to darken that down a little bit. when I've got everything in place. Okay, now I'm gonna grab our hair black again for our change and our ribbons. Chain 1. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use the marker like this. Okay. I mean, theoretically I could use a chain brush for this, but I don't necessarily always feel like the chain brushes are in the right aspect the whole time. So drawing the links, while maybe not so quote-unquote accurate, unless, am I being daft? I think I am being a little bit daft. What I'm going to do is I'm going to draw one chain link, and I'm going to put this in a group. Call this group chain 1. I'm going to draw one chain link. With a rectangle brush on a vector layer. Like that. Okay, brush size. Dial that up. Come over here. Do not keep aspect ratio. Okay. Brush size down. No, clear it. I want a little bit more roundness in the corner. So, make them smaller first, like that. Okay, then scale it up. Yes, like that. Okay. Now we're going to dial up our brush size. Now let's rescale this again. I want it to now be at our actual use case size. Okay, there we go. Duplicate, merge down. Okay. Hide that one. Duplicate. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Clear that. Duplicate. duplicate. Because it's a vector layer at the moment. That means that it means that all of these can be handled independently of each other. Put along this path. And rasterize without having weird dithering things happening. Although I don't want to I don't want to rasterize them. I don't want to rasterize them. In which case, let me actually start with this side. Let me start with this side. Okay. Then up here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go duplicate, put that in a group, call this one chain 2. Okay. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to come over here and we're going to just place one of these in each gap. Okay. 3. And then number 5 should be this one, yes. Okay. Then that one is fine. Then this one. Okay. And last one over here goes like so. Okay, that's that chain pretty much ready. Okay, put this in a group. I just need to very, very quickly walk a turn. I will be back momentarily. Because I can't think right now. Okay, I'm back. I am back. Yuck. Let's see. So this is going to be in its entirety chain 1. Okay. Then we're going to have duplicate like that. Put this one in a group. Pull this one, chain 2, 1. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to go duplicate, 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 and duplicate. There we go. Now take the entire lot of it, the whole of 2, 1, and duplicate it, pull it to 2, and not as in the ballet dress. Just in case that needed clarification. Just in case. We are working on chains, not tutus. Okay, that works. Hide this lot, but I can think. There we go. Next. Like that, and do it this way. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and let's take a sip. I need to just reduce this multiplier, that's just a bit too heavy. Okay, then this one. Alright, there's definitely going to be clipping masks, not clipping masks, mask layers applied to all of this madness, so it's going to be toned down a little bit. Alright, so that is going to be group, chain, tool. There we go. Duplicate, show, and group, chain, 3, 1. Okay, that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see how that goes. Duplicate, 32, identify you. Alright. This one can stay as is. Then this one. Next. Okay, there we go. Slowly but certainly we're getting there. Constructing the chains is tedious, but it's worth it. It's gonna look better in the end than if I had used just a normal chain brush. It does look really good, yay! And this is still very much in preliminary steps. If nothing else, at least having the little bit of dynamic twist in the links sells it a bit better, I think. Okay, and last link here. Which I'm actually gonna drop at the bottom because otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna call this one group. And put this one at the bottom of this group. Because otherwise it's going to have conflicts, layering conflicts that I would rather not deal with. Okay. Now, the chain that goes over this side we're not going to see because it's completely obscured by the arm. Chain 3. Okay. I'm going to put all of this in a group. No, I'm not going to put it in a group. I'm not going to put it in a group. Duplicate. This one, chain base there, like that. Group, chain 4 1. Okay, let's start up here. Duplicate, duplicate. Don't know which can I be. I'm gonna, the knife that one's gonna put there. I'm gonna drop this one here. Duplicate. Duplicate. Wait. You know what, I'm just going to quickly do something to make my life easier because otherwise I'm going to regret it later. And that, which I'm going to do, is this. I'm going to duplicate the blouse. Hide all of these so that I'm not puzzled by what I'm seeing. Hide the one. Show the sketch. I'm actually going to take this one off as well. Okay. Okay, blouse body. Then I'm gonna go duplicate this again. Leave back. take off everything that's not the back sleeve. Just because that's going to make my life easier later. Sleeve front. Okay. Show all of those again. There we go. And duplicate. This one for 2, 5. Now we come over here. Right, then next. Place. Then last one. There we go. Let me just hide that chain so that I'm not puzzled by what I see. And let me hide the hair as well, so I'm not puzzled there. And blouse so that I can see it clearly. Exactly what I'm doing. Okay, now this side, what do we do? So let's start here. And that. So, this one. Okay, that works. Now down here. Just gonna hide a bunch of roos so that I don't get lushed. Okay, this should be which one? One down. we go. Only a few links left. Right, now what I can do is I can collapse all of those. Put that in front of that. Which is going to make things a little bit more consistent. And hit the save button. That's probably a good idea. Copy. Yeah, hitting the save button would be a really good idea right about now. There we go. Considering that was the save as. Whoops. Only 3.5 hours in before hitting save as. No biggie. Okay, 3 hours in. If I look at my Clip Studio clock. Not 3.5. Okay. Panic? Yeah, panic. Just a little. That moment of, oh shucks, I should probably say. It is a useful kind of panic. Alright, now what I want to do is I want to see. Let's go. Luck. Oi. That looks grim. Loop. Chain. 4. Loop. Chains. And that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. There we go. That's our lock in place. And now we need ribbons. Right on this side. I'm gonna have back ribbons as well. Just because this is easier than trying to get it all to make sense on the same layer. Okay. Then I'm gonna hide everything in the class for a second so I can see what's happening in the front here. Grab that. Grab that. Let's see. No. There we go. And then that's 3. Hide. Happy with that. Okay, let's see how that behaves itself. This needs to go behind this one. There. Okay. That over. There we go. Slowly but steadily, we are getting somewhere. So now we need to do the teaser. What color shall we make the taser? Shall we make it yellow? I think we should make the taser yellow. No. Maybe? Yellow or red? If we want to have it sparking, Sparks are gonna be blue. Sparks are gonna be blue. Because those electric arcs are gonna be wild. Sure. I've seen tasers in pretty much any color. Yeah, so I wonder what color would suit. I'm wondering what colors would suit at this point. I'll start with putting it in red and then we can change the color later. Bleh, that was awful. We can always change our mind later because the shading is going to be separate from us. Or at least the light is going to be separate. Let's think. Can't be exactly the same. And in all likelihood this isn't even her taser, so... Right, that should do the trick. I guess to help the ideas, like all things, the taser was something picked up or found, so while it's hers now, it was looted off someone else, yeah. So, let's think. Taser, bronze. These are going to get recolored. But for now, that's a good starting point. Taser, button. There we go. So let's go tonal correction, hue saturation luminosity. Let's go. Now that'll work. I think that will work. It's an approximately reddish hue. it sort of looks similar in hue to your bun, I think. So it's a little nod. Without being on brand for Rine. We're so that will work. Okay. So then, the next thing that we need to do, that got me laughing. I'm glad. If I can make you laugh, then that's a win. That's a win. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do is over here, this one. I'm gonna put some of this one. Does it work? Undo. No. Oh no, where did I put, what layer did I put that on? I don't remember what layer I put that on. know what? I'm gonna pull this out. Hide that for a sec. Okay. Come over here. Separate this section off. Cut. Paste. There we go. Yep. That'll do. That'll do the trick. Clips 1. Okay. Clip 2. No, I don't need that one because why? This is going to be this thing. We can just be mindful. And okay, here we go. Starting to get there. Starting to get there. I'm gonna come back to the ribbons layer, grab that color, and I'm gonna put these in here as well. Does that mean that the gold should be above the ribbons? Probably. Looks amazing. Yay! I'm glad. Okay, layer order is going to require a little bit of work, but it's fine. Folder. which means this cannot be on the same line. Undo, 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 undo. Okay, laces. Nope, wrong one. Okay. Then the last thing I want to do is lashes. And that's the hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. I like this shape better, so I'm gonna choose this. Okay, duplicate, flip horizontal, there we go. And then on this side, what we can do is we're just going to put our eyebrows in here. And lastly, teeth. Grab that. Big cartoony teethy grin, I think. Nice and soft in anime. With a face like that, it's hard to not let yourself get pissed. It would make me so happy. Ah. It would. Like, before stream started, I briefly contemplated whether this was going to be like a gentle, cheerful sort of smile, or if it was going to be the slightly chaos mongerish sort of style, but I somehow feel like this perfectly innocent look is even more chaotic somehow than if there was the wild eye going on. Agreed. Oh. Yeah. It feels like this is fun for her, there's no malice, nothing mean behind it. You're just right in front of her and she has the taser. Yeah. It's like the most non-malicious absolute madness. Like, genuinely does not mean any harm, just very, very dangerous. These sparks are another example of don't let realism get in the way of good aesthetics as well. Because in reality it would just all go the shortest path of least resistance, which would actually make the arc pretty smooth. But that reads more electrical. There we go. Whew. Okay. So the next thing that needs to happen with this, it gets a vibe better? Yeah, it does. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to actually be able to finish this in this sitting. Huh. Okay. The next jobs that are going to need to happen are going to be putting masks on the chains so that they don't overlap stupidly with stuff, and adding an ambient occlusion layer. Which is going to be a multiply. Grab the flats. Go. And wait, fill it with white. Okay. Or am I going to mix methodologies here? Am I gonna mix methodologies? I'm gonna mix methodologies here because otherwise I'm going to have a bad day. So I'm gonna do the ambient occlusion painted directly onto the flats, and then I'll do lighting over the top. So what I think I'm going to start with is going into the chains and just repairing them one by one. So let's hide the whole bunch. So on this one we're going to add a mask layer, and then we're going to grab this. Hide it. There we go. Like that. No, not here. First, mask, then grab that. Over here. And start trimming. There we go. No. I am not sure about this. Okay. There was definitely an issue. So, that needed to close. Okay, that works. That's one down. Okay. So that makes this the last one. Needs help. So we put a mask on, we grab that. We come over here and we identify what's behind. Reselect. No. Monday. Nope. There we go. That's our chains sorted. Save button is probably a good idea. Save button is a good idea. Oh, my hand is frozen. Okay. So we now have. Yep, first change first. This one also needs a mask because of you. There we go. All right. Let me think. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to just do a quick lighting adjustment to everything. So I'm just gonna lock opacity, put Rine's actual skin color in. Wow. Pale lass. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I want to come all the way up to the top. And I want to go multiply. And this is going to be our primary color adjustment. Okay. And what I want to go for is I want to go for something that's a bit blue, a bit desaturated. Okay, and let's fold like this and clip and just check. Okay. A little bit, just a little bit of atmospheric color. That's a tiny bit of blue. Just so that it feels like we are in the swing pit. Okay, then what I'm going to do I'm going to start where am I going to start? start the process now, I'm going to want to push through and finish the one that do not actually have time for it. Because I actually need to start wrapping up stream today, because otherwise I'm not going to make it tomorrow. So it is a bit of a shorter stream than usual today. But if I start the next process, then I am not going to start tomorrow. And then I can approach it with a clear head of exactly how I'm going to handle my layering as well. But we managed to get pretty far. I'm happy. How are you feeling, Bread? You happy with it? Oh yeah, get some rest? Okay. Yeah, no. It's just that, tomorrow's appointment is early and I need to be sharp. So far it's made me grin all day, so it's good work. Yay! I am glad, I am glad, I am glad. I'm so very, very glad. That is fantastic news. That is fantastic news. I'm super happy to hear that that is the case. Lovely. Happiness is. Happiness is a figurine with a taser. Literally. Happiness is a figurine with a taser. Wow. No, but thank you guys so much for today. It was a lot of fun figuring this one out and experimenting a little bit. Going for the lineless look again. We'll see how this particular one pans out. With less happening in the background, the lighting is going to be a little bit interesting. We'll see how this one goes. But yes. The phrases Commission Works makes you say, yeah, I know, right? But it's fun. It's fun. Like, I've been living with the phrase, the two-word phrase, happiness is, in my life for at least 15 years. And now I've got a definition for it. Wow. At least for this time. At least for this time around. Happiness is a job done. You know? And happiness is having had a fun time today with all of you. I appreciate it so much. Also for the massive progress on the Donothon. I'm still blown away by that. Like, just wow. I appreciate every single person who has stopped by. I appreciate Braid once again for the work. And for giving us such a fun thing to work on. Honestly. And I hope that everyone else could enjoy it a little bit as well. If you were being productive on your sides, I hope that you achieved things that you set out to achieve. Or if you were just on the grind, I hope that it at least lightened the burden ever so slightly to be in the background. And yes, tomorrow we will be doing... Tomorrow is Thursday, yes. Tomorrow we are going to be doing the outfit swap. So this is going to be fun. Fun fact, I have had a long-standing history with fictitious owls. I have a long-standing history with fictitious owls, alright? I think I first drew Owl Aethera in maybe 2014. I think that's when I first drew Owl Aethera. But I'm speaking wholly under correction. And then I was drawing Indigo and Colorverse things for like 10 years straight, just about. So, oh, there's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and have a sip. For those of you who may have followed me from my previous iteration of reality, you may or may not have seen me working on a few Colorverse things every now and again. And if that is the case, then you'll probably be familiar with Ethera and her alias as the Vigilante, the Owl. I think I only became aware of you as a streamer because of an owl, same person who made Rine's Donothon. Yes, of course, of course. Snow Fable. Yes. I remember that connection. I remember that connection strongly. It's always fun how things work out, right? And I've got a strong connection with owls, weirdly. Like, for someone who's not an owl, I've got a strong connection with a bunch of owls. So, between Ethera, the fictional character, and now having met you guys via Fable, and now being a Wilhelm van der Vos fangirl, you know, being a plumie, it's kind of an ongoing theme, is connection to owls of various descriptions. And I can roll with that. I can roll with that. Owls are cool. Owls are cool. So, I think that tomorrow, where we are going to be doing an outfit swap between the owl who has basically kicked off my connection with fictional owls, and the owl who is the latest addition to my collection of owlish individuals, whom I greatly appreciate, then I think it's going to be kind of fun. I don't know if you guys have seen Colorverse Owl's outfit yet, but you're definitely seeing it tomorrow, so I'm not going to spoil you just yet. I am still deciding, however, if I'm going to just do a straight the two characters next to each other type of illustration, or if I'm going to make sort of a mini comic out of it. I feel like I kind of want to have a sort of a straight illustration for a page 1, and then have like context on a page 2 and 3, maybe. just to give it a little bit of story for how in the hues it would have landed up being that way, and what chaos would ensue should the outfit swap take place. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that quite extensively. And then, of course, also Sunday's proper design work on that for the art challenge. Because if I get it out the way in the beginning of the month, I'm not going to have to worry about it a little bit later in the month when other things need to happen. So, get the brainworms out of the way so that I can focus on other stuff and get things in order. I do like your comic work. I'm glad you like my comic work. I'm very, very glad you like my comic work. The comic work is fun. The comic work is fun. Having context to draw things is a lot of fun. Otherwise, coming up with concepts of, how am I going to illustrate this thing, can sometimes be a little bit... We could do just the normal stuff, but when you've got a kind of a story behind it, things just get more interesting. Otherwise, I feel like I end up doing just profile illustrations the whole time. Like, I found that when I'm drawing my own characters a lot, because I'm still developing context behind things, I feel like everything is just a profile illustration. Like, it's one of the reasons why I dislike drawing Harrier at the moment. Aside from the fact that it's self-portraits and I don't like drawing myself very much, is that I don't necessarily presently have illustrative context to put her in. Which I'm drawing a blank on ideas. Until such time as I've got everything written down and I've got, okay, this is what we're going to be doing, at which point actually coming up with the illustrations on the back is going to be a lot easier. So, yeah, fun times. Fun times. But thank you guys, I need to wrap it up here. It was a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow as well. I look forward to it. I hope you guys are looking forward to it as well. And yes, I'm frozen. I'm frozen stuff. This is what happens when change of seasons come around. And all of a sudden I need to start using my aircon again. It is starting to become summer in Misthaven now. And side effect of that is that the PC tends to overheat and the fans for the battery bank that keeps it alive get loud. So in order to keep the battery bank fans quiet, one needs to switch on the air conditioning unit. Switch on the air conditioning unit and the alien freezes. So, if one thing is fully operational, then the other struggles a little bit. But I suppose having thermal limitations is a decent enough way to stop one from overcooking it and doing 8-hour streams every day. Maybe? Anyway, I appreciate you, everyone. Rest well when you get to it. And until next time, cheery bye. Wait, can I send you guys some? Let me just... Okay. Bye, YouTube.